Good morning. So the attribute implementation is going to continue this week, and I'm pretty much just going to jump straight into it. So when I left this Friday, the problem was still implementing this attribute modifier in a nice and modular way. And I think at the end of the stream it pretty much boiled down to something like this. So you have a component attribute modifier that contains everything. So for some of these setups, so if for instance when if we do instant, then we don't need the when parameter. And how, yeah, so kind of an ugly solution, but it does its job. But during the weekend I found, I'm still working on it, but I found a very good source for some property drawer. So pretty much a nice implementation to allow for interfaces to be selectable and droppable here in interface or in the Unity editor. So let me show this. So instead of having everything in one attribute modifier class, one could do an interface. So attribute modifier scheduler, these are when an attribute modifier should happen. And then you have attribute modifier action, and this is how an attribute modifier should work. So we have two interfaces like this, and then right now, I think I implemented this at the end of last stream. So an attribute modifier scheduler by time, so that does something by time, or every X seconds this attribute gets updated. Attribute modifier scheduler by event, so if some event happens, we start it. And let me just show, so one can now do serialized reference, and then this custom property drawer interface selectable. So now I have an attribute modifier scheduler here, test action. And in the editor it looks kind of like this. So we have test action, and then beneath you can select which one of these interface implementations you want to use. So instant, and then we get no variables. By time, then we get delta time variable, or by event, and then we get source attribute type. So this is amazing. So now attribute modifier can be the base class of attribute modifier. Let's see here. Would be nice if actually attribute modifier. This one will, I think it will only hold target types, I'm pretty sure. And then so source types, when parameter, how parameter, and things like that, or like a lot of these things can be removed and instead handled by these. So that's what I'm going to start by doing today. there's still a little bit of a problem. So the attribute modifier in question would love to know about attribute handler. These. Or more specifically, it would be nice to have access to these methods. Or actually, mostly these two. But I guess we could do something like, let's see. It's two approaches basically that I can think of. One, this full attribute handler gets injected into the attribute modifier and maybe even the attribute modifier scheduler. So we just, which sending in this whole object, especially since this one is the owner of attribute modifiers, just seems wrong. Could just send in this one as well. A little bit less wrong, I suppose, but then we also lose access to these two methods, which I like. In attribute modifier, you could implement something like type dependencies or something like that, which returns both target types and source types. So we call that method here. We take the result and call these two, and then we take the result of those and send into attribute modifier again, and that one will handle or sort it out. But doing it that way, I think we're gonna get some probably gonna get some unnecessary calculations. Because this one, so source type, yeah, all attribute modifiers won't have a source type, but that's why I would like this one to be, remove it from attribute modifier and add it to the attribute modifier scheduler that needs it or that actually uses it. So in the end it would look something like this, I suppose. Scheduler. Good morning, Woolly Dev. How are you doing today? Serialize reference. So something like this. Then we can lose all of this. fuck it, let's just commit to these two. So something like that. Source attribute, target attributes. So this one I would like to be without. Not sure about active. This one we can skip. Relies on source attribute. Hopefully can skip that one. Has source attribute. Gonna leave this one. And we can actually remove all of this basically. And these two will do most of the lifting. Although, okay, so attribute modifiers set target attributes. This one is needed. Attribute modifiers add, we just add it to the list. But actually between these two, or instantiate. So yeah, this is probably where we want to instantiate it. Clear. I wonder if schedule. What would be the nicest way to do it? Either should scheduler hold a reference to action, or so basically, I'm reiterating it again, but this one decides when this should be done, and this one decides how it should be done. Might rename them, but I guess one could do something like system action So one solution could be to do something like this. Let's see here. So attribute modifier, public void modify, and we're going to do something here. So in attribute modify scheduler, we do and this is the thing. So okay, let's go with the total injection solution and see if we can clean it up down the road. But so in here, or attribute modifiers, set target attributes. In this solution, I think we're probably gonna skip this one as well. So instead it will look something like, fuck, is this the correct way to do it? Could do no. It's still a little bit annoying that this one relies on mono behavior starter. But I think I'm okay with that. Okay, so either this one asks attribute modifier which attributes it needs, or we just send in this one into attribute modifier. I would be more against injecting this whole attribute handler into this one if this one didn't need a mono behavior to start a coroutine. But let's see. Good morning, Calvino. Yeah, I don't want to watch a video. C# coroutines equivalent. Oh fuck man, that sucks. But you will probably get there eventually. But yeah. Imagine cheating in a game. The fuck? Yeah, probably have to switch to Faceit, less cheaters. Yeah. It's a sad state of affairs when you have to rely on a third-party solution to get enjoyable games. That sucks. Okay, so if I could implement this without relying on mono behavior here to start a coroutine, so if I could implement this in native C# or C#'s equivalent to coroutines, then I wouldn't need to inject anything like this or inject the attribute handler, so that would be make it even cleaner. And then something like this could have be done. So set target attributes, so we could have I would probably do something like, okay, set target attributes, public void, set scheduler dependent attributes. Woolly Dev, it's I think it's Counter-Strike 2, or I think it's Counter-Strike 2. Set schedule dependent attributes. Wonder if, yeah, just gonna start with single here, I think. Set scheduler dependent attribute. But this is messy as well. You have Counter-Strike 1.6. Doesn't people still play that? But yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. A couple of them, to say the least. Slowly but surely, this attribute modifier converges to something I'm starting to like. Still, don't forget the short era of promod. I have no idea. Never heard about that era. Set scheduler dependent attribute. The problem with this one is that some of the schedulers won't need this, so then it becomes ugly. Let's see. CS Pro Mod was conceived as an attempt to bring a fully customizable version of Counter-Strike to the Source engine for the purpose of growing competitive play. Wait. So this wasn't... Oh, well, you learn something new every day. Okay, let me just show how this would look with the injection. It seemed to be non-first party. That's pretty much what I could entail. Okay, so in here, instead of set target attributes, we would do something like... Actually, let's call this one stop. Public void start. This is what I don't like. So when we start this one, we send in the attribute handler. I think that's okay. And in schedule, or I could name the starter as well. Starter. Let's go with start. Yeah, we want the action as well. What am I missing? Oh, yeah. Okay, so something like this. Not sure about this. So here instead we could just do, I'm just gonna comment this one for now. Want it then. Fans didn't like the Counter-Strike Source, so they created their own. But it didn't live up to the hype. That's... I imagine it being quite hard to compete with Valve, to be honest. I'm extremely, like, in some ways, I'm impressed by Faceit, but because they have quite a big player pool, right? And here we'll do attribute modifier dot start this and something like that. So not a big fan once again, but it might work. And here we do scheduler dot start. We send in the handler as well. But it's mainly this one that is messing things up right now, or which make it harder to implement in a clean way than I would like it to be. Because by injecting this, what we do then is just so this is scheduler by event. Source attribute is equal to starter dot get attribute. Oops, sorry about that. Source attribute type, and then we do. In fact, do we even need to? It would be source attribute dot value change plus equal to. Yeah, I guess we needed to remove it later on. Is it action? Can I do it like that? Oh yeah. Action dot invoke, I suppose. But so basically the whole an action here should be modifier, I think. So basically when we add an attribute modifier to attribute handler, this is what happens. We check if it's already added. If it is, we don't add it. Otherwise, we start the attribute modifier. Probably want to add it first, actually. So we add it to the list, then we start it, and we send in this attribute handler. Unfortunately, attribute modifier here defines when and how an attribute should be modified. So in start, we just tell the how part, or the when part. Here's the attribute handler. Here's the attribute handler, or here's all the attributes you might need. Call this one when you want. And then based on which scheduler we have, there's a set of different ways. So by time, then we just start a coroutine, Modify attribute by time coroutine. No. Attribute modifier scheduler coroutine. So this one doesn't need anything from this one. It doesn't need anything from the attribute handler, but it do need a mono behavior object to be able to start coroutines. If I can get away from that, I might get away from this. But anyway, by event gets the source attribute from the starter, add listener, attribute modifier scheduler instant just invokes the action pretty much. And the action in question is this function here, and that's when we're going to use the action. Although action might need a setup as well. Start. Is setup a better name? I don't know. Yeah, might as well. So scheduler, we have start, we have stop. And we don't actually need to send in anything there, I don't think. Active. This one might be... let's see. Stop. Here we want to do some calculations. So if we stop this one mid tick, we want to calculate how far on the tick did pass. So how long time of the tick basically I want to call modify, or if we stop an attribute modifier mid tick, I would like to calculate how much time passed proportionally for that attribute modifier and still modify the attribute, but less than a full tick. Although that's going to be hard because we just do invoke. So then we're going to have to add parameters here, attributes. Actually, portion How the hell do you spell that? Accordingly. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so stop for this one is just stop. Ooh, yeah. Okay, so this is a problem. And one more indicator that this is not the way to go. Because if we want to stop this one, or schedule routine dot, yeah, if we want to stop this one, we need a mono behavior as well. Okay, so probably gonna have to move away from this. Add. Okay, let's see, what was it? And if I use stop all coroutines, I can't even do that actually. I still need a reference to the starter, so this one. And I definitely don't want to save a reference to it here. Yeah. The thing is, if I could implement this or something similar to this in pure C# or without relying on a mono behavior type, I could really clean this one up a lot. I think we're gonna have to go with task actually. Let's see. But coroutine way. Okay, beautiful. The sync way. Okay, this is pretty nice. Task yield would, the only thing I would need is let's see, private, or let's go, so I guess let's do async private. I think I want private first. Let's just call it routine. And then I want to do something similar to this. So task dot yield in C#. Do we have wait async? Timeout. Time provider. Okay, so should probably be able to do I think we can skip most of this actually and just do while so while active, want to wait first, I think. So yeah, let's do some using here. Wait, async. Don't we have that one? That's unfortunate. Delay. Delay. Beautiful. Okay, so let's go with delay instead, I suppose. So task.delay delta time. Although, if this one is 0, we might have a problem. This one returns an awaitable. So we have to do, I wonder if we can do await, and then we do delta time if it's equal to 0, return task dot, what was it called, yield. Otherwise task delay, nah, that won't work. Or actually, cannot convert from float to int. Okay, so this is seconds. Actually, let's see. Okay, so we still have a problem here. There's no implicit conversion between system. Ah, yeah. Okay. Guess it would also be okay to do attribute modifier scheduler routine. Routine frame based, maybe. So on this one, await task.delay round to int. Should probably be okay by just casting it, right? And then I want to call this action, but I'm thinking of doing it a little bit another way when we don't need this one here. So here we're instead going to trigger a Unity event. So although, is that a bit too much? Let's go with Unity events for now. Although the overhead might be a little bit too much. Manual. I do want to know this because there's going to be a lot of attribute modifiers scheduler in the scene. Their performance is worse than C#. Events. I wonder if a better option is to actually include an action like this. But I also think it looks a little bit nicer with a Unity event. I think. Because then you could do something like this. Okay, public Unity event. What do we want to call it? Trigger, tick. Let's call it tick for now, I suppose. Can I do private set is equal to new Unity event, because then we don't need none of these. We do scheduler routine, nope. start basically just does and here, first of all, here while active await task delay, and here we do tick.invoke. This one is basically going to be exactly the same, but instead of delay a certain amount, we do, what was it, yield. Don't need this anymore, but do need this one. Scruff Duff, good morning. Because then we don't need to send in anything here. Although, to name this a tick as well, yeah, that's not. Callback maybe. I attribute user. Okay, that's something I want. So we're gonna have something like this in the modifier scheduler as well. It's going to be Unity event. I need a better name for it though than tick or trigger. Attribute modify scheduler. Scheduler event. Fuck it. Let's just call it tick for now then. Get. Still need active, don't need these. And this one we're gonna do So start, what do we actually do here? Modify scheduler by time. Oh yeah. I want to call this one or this one. So start, or first of all, active is equal to true. And then if time is equal to 0, and stop then for now. Let's move this comment to here, and stop right now will just be active is equal to false. Hope this works. Gonna try it soon. And then, so basically all attribute modifier scheduler will just, it's basically just how they would handle invoking this one, which makes, I still think that this is overkill. Just sending in an action here might be better. But I think it would look nicer if we listen to, or would it? Yeah, I think it would look nicer if we just, because then we can do this. Let's go with this, and if performance is taking too big of a hit, it might be fixable by changing from unit event to an action parameter here, but we'll see. So, and then of course this one is basically going to be implemented. Source attribute, and here we do. So instead of action invoke, first of all we want to make it like that. Starter.get attribute. Yeah, so it's still a problem of how we solve this dependency, or how we give this class the information. But I'm gonna worry about that soon. So let's just say that we have a source attribute, then it would be something like source attribute value change add listener, and here we just trigger another Unity event. So start a tick every time this value change. It's pretty nice. What am I missing? Stop as well. Public void stop. Okay, can we remove listener? So source attribute dot value change remove. No. Stop and start. Start and stop. And then this one. So this is the one I'm the most worried about when it comes to performance, I suppose. Because so this is instant. I don't even know if we the fuck do on stop here. It's also a question of, so active equals to false. Should I also do tick dots remove all listeners? And now we're starting to get a few lines of duplicated code. So might have wanted to do this by an abstract class, maybe. So attribute modifier scheduler being an abstract class instead. Maybe. Or yeah. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. That is probably because we are gonna have, so this first of all, this is gonna be duplicated on every class or every component or every class that implements this interface is going to have this and this. Maybe. So stop, remove listener tick invoke, and then we want to do tick dot remove all listeners. And something similar here. And yeah, when it comes to this one here, it's so attribute modifier scheduler instant. It's basically just going to be tick.invoke. So it's important that whatever relies on this has subscribed to it before start is called. Because then in attribute modifier we can do should target types be action? Probably. And that's probably want to implement this one as abstract as well. Because if target types is going to be, this one doesn't really need to know about target types. This one does, however. like attribute modifier is basically not gonna have any logic of its own. Is that how I want to do it? Because if we do start here, then this would be something like scheduler dot take add listener action dot whatever should one be, public, oh I don't want to do that, void action maybe. Add listener action or invoke. So this is pretty much everything that would happen in attribute modifier. Scheduler, take, add listener, action, invoke. It's modular, I suppose. Then of course we just have to feed this one and this one the correct information, and that might be the work of attribute modifier. This should probably not be defined here. Yeah, this one, and this one should definitely be abstract classes. This is nice, I think. Don't need this, we don't need active, don't need to do this, don't need to do this. So this is pretty much everything that will happen. Let's remove these for now as well. Like extremely clean, extremely modular. Now we just need to feed this one and this one the correct information. This script is for modifying an attribute. So we're just in the middle of implementing a attribute system, and this specific component or class will handle modifying attributes. Based on two rules, how and when. When, how. So each I attribute modifier scheduler implementer could have a method to fetch which attributes it depends on. But also a bit ugly, because then you're going to have classes that returns nothing, but is still gonna get an array of nothing in return, with which it does nothing, basically. Scheduler needs to know, or some schedulers need to know source attribute here. By event should probably be by or attribute modifier scheduler by attribute value change, maybe. Charlie, what's up? An action also needs to this is so much better as an abstract class. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to alter this one to work with abstract classes, but I think that's doable. Let's just see, do we have a custom solution for that? Show abstract class in Unity editor. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. But let's implement it as interface for now. So, I attribute modify scheduler would be nice to have something like attribute type and attribute modifier action is going to have something similar. It's going to have dependencies, but it's also going to have attribute dependency. Am I ever going to have more than one attribute dependency? No, I don't think so. So a modifier might modify multiple attributes, but that modification will only depend on at most one attribute. But yeah. So let's change attribute dependency. And similar here. Although because then you do something like this in attribute, and we're gonna have to implement this here. And this is the ugly part. So this would be a little bit cleaner with an abstract class instead, because now you're gonna have something like, so you have tick here, but it's pretty much going to be public attribute type attribute dependency null for this one, no dependency. So instead you would just have the base class always returning null here, and if there's a subclass that wants to implement this themselves, they would handle it, like for instance this one. So attribute type, attribute dependency, source attribute type, but then we do need to set this one, or do we? Yeah. So then we need an additional method here. Void set attribute dependency. And another example that a abstract would be the way to go, because then you would only need to do public stop but this is so an empty component like this is not very nice. Could do is it possible to do get subset of dictionary source where Ooh. To dictionary. Because then... I wonder how ugly this would be, or how unoptimized this would be, but... So, attribute modifier could pretty much just stack the needs of the scheduler and the needs of the action into one list, and then we get that list from attribute handler, or we return it here as a public variable. Attribute handler asks for that one and then calls something here. Attribute dependency. So getting the information to where it's supposed to be. A little bit more complicated than I initially thought. The only solution I'm falling back on while pondering this is this one, which would leave like empty methods here just to some schedulers and some action might need additional information that the other ones doesn't. It's the task of the attribute modifier to get that information to whomever needs it. But you could do it with a property that is get and set, or public get set. But most of the time attribute modifier would just set that one to null. Jesus. So it's something like this I want to do, but could have a list of attributes. Like we could have something like this, and then when we do start, we send in these, if any. But that would be scheduled start. So it would look something like scheduler dot, or no, I don't think that's good either. Okay. Dependency. Anyway. starting to think that it might not exist. If I want to keep it like exactly like this, it might not exist a nice way to do this. So I don't know about this, so it could probably be... fuck it. Attribute dependency. But then again, if this is an abstract class instead, so all of them have something similar to attribute dependence, attribute type dependency, dependency. It should be, okay, that's okay. So, assuming that this is an abstract type instead, we could do, so the base class actually has an private, I guess it would be protected then, but attribute instance attribute dependency. So we always just set this one like this. Okay, I'm just gonna take a short break, and when I get back, I think I have a rough idea of what I want to do. So, be right back real quick. Okay, back. Let's see. So in attribute modifiers, something I want here is pretty much yeah, let's keep it here. Public attribute type wouldn't call it dependencies, but could just call it attribute types. So these are the attribute types that this attribute modifier either needs or will modify. What's up, ADM? Or yeah, how are you doing today? And of course, whatever this one returns would be or can I just do hack week at work now, 5 days to build some incredible shit. Nice. Gotta love hack weeks. So do you have any interesting projects, Calvino? Or an interesting project you're gonna do? Yeah, I'm good as well, ADM. Hopefully we'll get this attribute modifier implementation down today. I've spent way too much. I've spent more time than I anticipated on this portion of the attribute system. But basically, so attribute types here for attribute modifier will return both this and this. So it would probably be something like attribute action. We have attribute targets and attribute dependency. How much of the game is done right now? I would say like not nearly enough to actually show gameplay, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm teaming up with design and we're rebuilding our create contract flow. That sounds pretty nice. In attribute modifier action, do I want to split up targets and dependency? Probably yes. Or. Good morning, Ferda. How are you doing today? Okay, let's just get over this done with and see how it looks. Feels like I'm thinking in circles here. I'm good as well. Thank you for asking. If I remember correctly, you dropped by last week as well. So, if so, I'm still working on the attribute system for the game. So this would look something like action dot attribute targets dot append action dot attribute dependency dot append scheduler dot attribute type depend. But I mean, this is looks too bad, man. To array. So these are the attributes this modifier. I don't like the look of this. What is an attribute system? Okay, so basically in this game every living entity will have attributes, even some non-living entities. So for instance, the playable character might have an attribute that is energy, another that is walk speed, or just speed, and so on. So how can I put this? But yeah, it's basically like the classical RPGs. You usually have a character usually has strength, intellect, charisma, and so on. And it's that type of system I want to implement. But I want it to be modular, customizable, and a lot of things. What game have you enjoyed / been inspired by lately? Baldur's Gate 3, to be honest. I don't have nearly as much time as I would like to play, but that and Counter-Strike is what I've been playing, so I guess Baldur's Gate is what has inspired me lately. Okay, this is like, this works, but it doesn't feel right. Attribute types. What inspired you to make this game? Oh, then it's definitely Viva Pinata. Viva Pinata and Chow Garden in Sonic Adventures 2. But yeah. So Chow Garden in Sonic Adventures 2 was just like a mini game within the game. But I spent so much time in that garden. And then Rare released Viva Pinata for Xbox 360. I don't remember when it was, 2006, 8 maybe, 8? Maybe earlier, actually. But that's like one of my favorite games all time. Nice indeed. It's single-handedly this one that screws me over right now. You're gonna have some kind of procedural creatures. No, I think they're gonna be pretty defined, except for like maybe some size differences or color differences, but other than that, no procedural creatures. No, I don't think so. Or let's put it this way, it's not the plan right now, but I'm a big fan of procedural algorithms generally, so. So I might need to go with an actual injection anyway. That might be the best choice, but so just sending this one into the attribute modifier and let the attribute modifier select whatever it needs. But fucking hell. Yeah, I guess that would be nice. Okay, okay, I'm just gonna do it, even though it might look ugly. So, attribute modifier would have something like, we have a start and we have a stop. We would also have a public void setup. And this one just takes a dictionary, attribute type, attribute instance. Available attributes. Something like this. I guess modifier scheduler would also have a void, pretty much exactly the same. Setup. But then again, okay, here we go. Then again. Setup, it all depends. I guess you could have some setup in the base class like this one. Yeah, probably actually. Because otherwise, okay, so let's say that every iAttribute modifier scheduler should have a setup function like this. For scheduler by time, it's going to be empty. We don't need this nor this. by event it's not going to be empty. So in event we do something like this. Let me just, in this one it's going to be empty though. But then again, if I make it an abstract class, abstract base class, where the base setup instantiate this one, maybe. But in this one, so it's this one that I want to set. So in setup here it would be something like source attribute is equal to available attributes dot get value or default source attribute type, and source attribute nice. Oh, ADM, that's hard questions. How much development time are you going to take for this project? Such a hard question. So I can put it this way. I have structured my project like in a set of, let's see, I'm trying to find the right word. I've structured the development of this game in stages, so to speak. So the first stage will result in something playable but very, very basic, and then we have another stage which will add additional functionality and stuff like that, and so on and so on. So I have a base product I've envisioned, and then depending on if I can get funding / a following, I might implement the other stages. But for the first most basic stage I would reckon at least 1 or 2 more years. And what would you recommend as a healthy development cycle for indies? That I can't unfortunately not answer. Sounds extremely subjective. Okay, so we don't need this one either. Okay. So something like this. It sucks that these are empty, but it might look a little bit better with yeah. Healthy development cycle for indies. I'm sorry, I can't answer that, because truth be told, I'm still trying to find my routine as well. Maybe I can answer it when I've found it. I feel like I don't want to work on a prototype for more than 6 months. Yeah, I get you. Okay, so in setup here, we then do scheduler.setup available attributes. And then we also want to do action.setup. And I don't think we have any actions right now, so this is okay. But so it will be scheduler.setup and action.setup. I mean, better than before, still not perfect. I know some devs release final quality games in that time. Yeah, that's for sure. But everybody works differently. So the process for adding attribute modifier, so here, successfully removed, first of all, stop. And then for adding an attribute modifier, it would be something like add it to the list, and then attribute modifier dot setup attributes. Still not completely sold, but at least this will work, I think. So when we tell attribute handler that, hey, here's an attribute modifier, add it, or let it modify your attributes. We will check if we already have that attribute modifier in the list. If so, we return false. Otherwise, we add it to the list, instantiate it, and then start it. Instantiate we have set up, so we just send it on to the scheduler. But like, look in this, create references to whatever attributes you need. Same with action. And then when we do start, we just do scheduler tick add listener action invoke, which means that based on how tick is implemented in scheduler, or based on how tick is invoked in scheduler, action invoke will be called. So if we then add let's add an action here. Let's call it, I think it's gonna look so much better in the editor with, yes, we have scheduler and action. I'm gonna have to change the visuals of these a little bit, make them look a little bit nicer, but this will work for now. So I'm just gonna add a I attribute modifier action alter maybe. Ooh, actually, it's not going to be I in front here, because this one is not going to be an interface. So like this. Oh yeah. Attribute targets, attribute dependency. We don't need that one, but we do need targets. attribute target types, attribute types, attribute type targets. Attribute modifier action alter or alterer. Let's see. So it's going to have a setup. Let's just copy this. We're gonna have a, yeah, definitely going with the abstract class here, because we're going to have a private attribute instance targets. And so in setup, we basically just want to find these within here and put them in that one. Unfortunately, I'm gonna duplicate this code, I think. Yeah. So attribute targets is equal to this. Available attributes, select get value or default. Actually, one sec. It's the types. That's an old name. So select available attributes, get value or default. Okay, I think that's correct. So we selected types where, or for every type, we return the attribute instance or default, then we remove all nulls and then to array. Okay. And then void invoke. missing something here. Yeah. So invoke for alter, we also need, so we have targets, and then serialize field. Alter value. And pretty much everything this is gonna do in invoke is like we previously implemented it. So it's going to be attribute targets dot for array dot for each target. Oh, we don't have value here anymore because we do a dot value is equal to or plus equals to alter value, I think. Something like that. Parentheses can be removed. I think I would like them there. Okay, let's see if we have any errors, and then let's set it up and see if it works. So the setup now would look something like this. So if we go to player movement and we do first body definition, we have energy here, 10, 0, 10. Okay, good. And then in player movement we have attribute modifiers, and the action doesn't want to show up, so let's take a look. My editor script might be wrong here, and we might definitely gonna have to fix that, but it might be fixed by just duplicating this pretty much. Multiplier. Probably gonna merge multiplier and that one, but just to see if this works. Or is it? No. I know what the problem is. Okay, let's delete that one. We need to set the class as serializable. So That should hopefully fix it. Good question. Why is he naked? The starting apparel gets instantiated on run with the current implementation. So I'm gonna have to click play here for him to get any clothes. And right now he has only pants, I think. Yeah. Okay, so attribute modifier now looks like this. So we select a scheduler and we select an action. So let's go with by time, delta time 1. So this action here is going to be triggered once every second. So then we select action, and right now we can only select alter action. Attribute type targets. Here we have the targets, and let's see. The target type for this one is going to be energy. And alter value is going to be -1. Hopefully this will work now. So body definition has an attribute energy, and we have defined in this nice way an attribute modifier in play movement that should drain 1 energy every second. And it works. Okay, that's nice. Very nice. And by making these abstract as well, I think it's going to improve it even more. And let's see here, I also had a test consumable. What do we have here? General attributes, taste attributes. Attribute modifiers, what do we have? Oh yeah, here I want to implement what did I call that one? Okay, but let's see. So, test consumable. We want this one to age similarly to, or we just want to age this one. So increment its age by 1 every second. And then we want the tastes to go from max to min based on age, if I remember correctly. So let's implement Attribute modifier action. Everything is just gonna be balls in this game. Consumables, creatures. Okay, everything except the character, I suppose. Attribute modifier action. So this action will okay. Good morning, by the way, Harukanan. Yeah, a good name would be Balmon. Yeah. Would I get sued? Nah, I should probably be okay with a name like Balmon, right? And you can catch them with the balls. Now, as long as I'm not getting sued, this sounds extremely nice. Ah, nice to hear, Harukanan. And thank you for lurking. Attribute modifier action relative. Action relative. What should I name this? Relativize. When you make something relative. What the fuck? What's a good relative? Your art style is already looking beautiful. Thank you, diligence, humility. Appreciate it. Basically, so what this attribute modifier action would do is relativize something. So take something that has an absolute value and fuck. What did I call it previously? Let's just call it relative for now. Maybe not the best name, but it will work. Do I need system? Yeah, probably. Let's just take all of this for now. We're gonna have attribute type targets, so yeah. One more reason for this one to be an abstract instead. We're not gonna have an alter value. Instead, there's going to be a attribute attribute type source. Yeah, I don't know. And we're going to have a private attribute. Actually, this one is just going to be this. So attribute instance attribute source. We do all of this, but we also want to do attribute source is equal to and when it comes to this one, so attribute instance, we basically want to do this on each taste or on each target, attribute target. We want to call lerp value by local bounds, and the T here is going to be the local normalized value of the source. So this is going to look something like a dot lerp value by local bounds attribute source dot local normalized value. And for this one to work right now, are you from Sweden? Yes, yes I am. It's quite easy to tell, I've noticed. Or a lot of people can easily pinpoint, so I guess my accent is giving me away. So I'm just gonna do one minus here because I think that's what's going to work with what I want to test right now. In the future, however, one will be able to choose here. Oh, nice. Love Denmark. Or I live in south of Sweden, so like it's a 1 hour train ride for me to get to Copenhagen, and I'm there quite a lot because I love it. So when I say I love Denmark, I've pretty much only been in Copenhagen, but still love it. Scandinavia heart indeed. Okay, let's see if this works, but I'm starting to... So this solution is growing on me. I know that I would have liked to avoid this injection here, but sometimes you gotta pick your poison, so to speak. Or you've rather... what I'm trying to convey is sometimes you have to pick between two bad things and take the less bad one. Let's see if this works. If it does, let's see. If it does, I'm probably going to convert these from interface to abstract classes, clean it up, and hopefully finalize this. Or this part of the attribute system at least. test consumable scheduler by time 1, and we want to modify age. We want to modify it by 1, so add 1 second to age every second, basically. That's modifier, attribute modifier 0. Attribute modifier 1, here I want to do attribute modifier schedule by event, source attribute type. Might want to rename this one, but we want to base it on, so basically what this says is that every time this source attribute changes, trigger this action. And here we want to do attribute modifier. Oh, it is serious. I attribute modifier action. So I attribute modifier action relative. There we go. That's not good. But target types, and here unfortunately we're gonna have to add 5. And we want to base it on age. So here we can actually, this is quite nice. So by separating attribute source on action and scheduler, we can actually schedule, so we can make these attributes update every time age updates, but we can make the value they update to depend on something else than age, which is quite nice. But in this case, it's going to be the same. So, yeah. Which version control do you use? I use Git, hosted by GitHub, basically. Unscripted logic, what's up? My small brain is too small for this big brain code architecture. Or maybe it's the other way around. Like, what I'm trying to say is this might be over-engineered. Hopefully I can make a video on this subject when it's done that explains it in a way in a good way. Oh, yep. I agree. It's not over-engineering, we're just overthinkers preparing for the future. True that. Okay, let's see. So everything should be set up accordingly. age goes up and tastes go down, right? Yes, down to the bottom. Okay, beautiful. What is this attribute system for? In-game stuff. I saw the class consumable instance. Yes. This attribute system, so one of the reasons that it's so complicated that it is so far is that this attribute system is going to be used by pretty much everything in this game. If you have some item, it's going to have attributes. If you have a creature, it's going to have attributes. If you have the playable character, he's going to have attributes. And so, for instance, a consumable might have some taste attributes like bitter, salt, sour, sweet, so on. But so might a creature, because a creature might be consumable, and so on. So, yeah, it's an attribute system for pretty much everything in this game. Okay, but this would love to be able to throw it in the sea, but grab and drop isn't implemented just yet, but soon. Soon. Okay, so this is very nice. I think I like this implementation. Might want to clean up how this looks visually in the Unity editor. Oh yeah, that's definitely true. It's modular. Okay. I didn't understand that unscripted logic. Aight. But yeah, so the idea was to develop this attribute system to be very modular. And we're starting to get there, I think. Okay, so two problems here. Let's see. I need to... let's see here. So, all my homies love extendable systems. Good homies, good homies. So, instead of making... okay, let me just fix this real quick. Okay, because the problem is that, okay, so right now attribute modifier action and attribute modifier schedulers are implemented in they extend their separate interfaces. I think so like all of these schedulers that implement the scheduler interface actually share a few lines of code. So converting this to an abstract class and making these subclasses of that class might be a better option. And that's what I'm going to do now. Unfortunately, this editor script here, this custom solution for drawing interfaces, only works with interfaces right now. But I might be able to change it. So let's just dive into it. Now what I'm thinking, let's see. I might want to just commit these first. Attribute modifier as well. Yeah. Better safe than sorry. What issue 14? Okay. There we go, just had to resolve a conflict as well. Let's see. No, I'm just committing in terminal. So, want to keep that off screen. I like you to keep your product folder workspace organized and in folders. Yeah, I can't imagine it any other way. I have worked with a couple of big projects in the past, so structuring your files is extremely important, at least to me. I guess you could rely on the search here, but yeah. Okay, so I just committed everything I'd done with attribute modifiers now. So if now when I choose to implement them as interface abstract classes instead, I can easily revert it if needed. Okay. Let's start with scheduler. I attribute modify scheduler. Okay, so this is the interface. And then we have instant, by time, by event. Okay, so this one is going to be converted to an abstract class. Let's do it. Okay, unit event tick, this one we're just going to move to the base class pretty much, so that's nice. Gonna wait with instantiating it, because, and actually we want protected, I think. Yeah. Setup here, that's where we're gonna do tick is equal to new unity event. And for the base class, I don't think we're gonna do anything else in setup. So pretty much just gonna ignore this, but that's okay. Then we have start. I'm just gonna run and grab a glass of water, 1 sec. Yeah, hydration time indeed. Public void stop. Okay, let's see here. Start is different in each of these, I think. Although active. So attribute modifier scheduler by time. So it's easy to know when this is active or not, because it's like a process that keeps ticking. Same by event, but instant, how would I define active in a modifier scheduler that is instant? Or actually, active might be what I'm trying to get at is, do I want this one to be a base class property, or do I want to keep it in the subclasses like this? Actually, might as well keep it like this. So private bool active start active is equals to true, active is equal to false. So for this one, we can remove these. Do it like that. Yeah, that's something else we want to do here. Tick dot remove all listeners. And then let's see, we want to do base setup. And we want to do override. And stop if yeah, let's start by calling stop first. Might want to move this down a couple of lines, but we can remove that one. Okay, this is pretty nice. Modifier by time. I don't care about setup. Active and tick, we already have those. We have active in the base class, so implement portion tick, yes. Stop here, so active is equal to false and tick remove all listeners. That's exactly the same as this one. So might just skip this one overall. And let's move this note just to be class specific. And active protected. Tick invoke, yes. Okay, so this is good. System serializable. And lastly, this one. Tick we already have. Setup. Start. Okay. Could probably be one of the smallest, if not the smallest class I've ever written. And definitely overkill with Unity event here, but okay. So attribute modifier scheduler is now an abstract class instead of interface. So now attribute modifier, this one, interface selectable, hopefully let's just see. Maybe. Okay, that's unfortunate. Let's see here if we can find it. Okay, so now it's okay. Abstract selectable. It will probably not work now. I'm gonna have to do one change, I think. I hope. Let's see. Character, play movement, attribute modifiers. Actually, okay. It does work out of the box. Beautiful, beautiful. I was pretty sure that skipping abstracts. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so let's do the same with action. So it's an interface. I want to make it into an abstract class. I think there will be a bit more code here that is duplicated. So every action will have attribute type targets and attribute targets, I think. Yeah. Attribute type targets, I guess. Targets, attribute type targets. Attribute targets. Fuck it, let's keep it like this. And set up. So this setup is basically just going to be here. Okay. Invoke. This for each here. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it like this. Invoke. And here we're gonna do a protected abstract void do want to call it action. Let's call it action for now. So when we invoke, action, possibly rename in the future, but invoke is going to be so on invoke, loop through this one, and for each element in it, call action, and the subclasses will implement this one. So no invoke here, no setup either, no. Okay, so this one is going to look something like this. It's going to be clean, don't need setup. Oh yeah. And we won't be having it invoke. Instead, it will be protected override void action. Next problem, serializing, saving the state of all attributes to file. Yep. But, let's see here. Yep. But I think it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, that's going to be a big project as well. Okay, so for each attribute here, just do attribute dot value plus equals to alter value. Wow, a lot of extremely short derived classes today. I wonder what would be the best option. Would it be to just keep them all in one file? Nah, probably not. But I mean, this will probably become a bit longer. We're gonna add some. Yeah, we're gonna add a lot of things. So alter value here. Right now it's just subtract or add based on alter value, but later on we are going to do division, multiplication, and so on. That's going to be the alter action. Yeah, so probably going to keep it in different files. Okay, type targets and attribute targets is something we already have in the other one. So here we're gonna have attribute type source and attribute source. Setup here is override, remove this one, and instead do base.setup. And then this. Don't want to do invoke, instead protect. Actually, why? Okay. Forgot to put this as virtual. Yeah. So attribute dot lerp value by local bounds 1 minus attribute source dot. And this one is also gonna have some different options. So for now it's 1 minus attribute source. In the future we're probably it's going to be just attribute source as well. Might want to do lerp value by global bounds and so on. So this attribute modifier action will be everything concerning relative values, global or local. And this one will be everything concerning simple alteration. Add, subtract, divide, multiply, I don't know, power, log. But yes, I think this is a pretty nice pretty nice. Okay, so finally actually arrived at some form of solution. So what is the time currently? Yeah, let's see if I can summarize this. So, or actually, before summarize it, I just want to check if it still works now with the abstract classes instead of interfaces. Okay, nice. Attribute handler, okay. A list of attributes, a list of attribute modifiers. The attributes are pretty much just data containers with some function, simple functionality. Modifiers are added to the attribute handler to modify attributes in any way. And attribute modifiers define a when and a how. Simple. To properly give these the information they need, a little bit of an injection is done here, but I'm okay with that. Scheduler decides when an attribute modifier should run and action how. Okay, I think this is nice. This is nice. It's quite modular and easily extendable. Probably gonna run into some problems in the future, but we will see. Want to oh yeah, here. Note, is the injection avoidable? But yeah, it's not the whole class anymore, it's just the actual dictionary of attributes, but still. Okay, the next thing I would like to implement is let's see here, what should I call it? Like attribute triggers or something like that. So the classical example would be if you have an attribute that is health or HP. If HP dips below 0 or below, if HP dips to 0 or below, you kill the entity. I'm not going to have any health or HP in my game. Instead, it's going to be energy. And if energy dips below to 0 or below, the character is going to pass out. I would like to be able to define in a similar fashion as I'm now able to define attribute modifiers. I would like to be able to define attribute triggers, I think. So in the editor, these are defined in such a way that listen to this value, compare like this. But Are they going to be similar enough to attribute modifiers that I might... Nah. Or... Fuck, they are! Or actually, let's see here. It's basically going to be a scheduler, but the scheduler can only be the scheduler can only be scheduler by event. So this. So we're gonna have a scheduler, and then we're gonna add a listener. I'm just gonna implement it and let's see how similar it is. If they can be merged in some way. If this can be made even more generic. So that would be something like attribute modifiers. What should it be called? Attribute listener. Attribute listener. Attribute listener. So basically this. Maybe I already should have, or maybe it's beginning to, or maybe it's starting to get to the point where I might need to draw some form of diagram for this, like a UML or something. Because I see it. Okay, so let's see. Attribute listener. Basically, that's a class that is going to listen to an attribute. If that attribute drops below some value, it's going to trigger an action. That's so damn similar to this one, or actually, it's so similar to an attribute modifier with a by event scheduler and with a custom action here. but they might differ more later down the road. Definitely. Wow, an attribute modifier might even have setup, start and stop as well. So I guess an attribute listener, the only difference between these two would be that the action here would be defined differently. And that this one is not. Okay, let's just start implement it. So attribute, just gonna put it here for now, listener. So this one is going to have public class attribute listener mono behavior. No. System serializable attribute listener. So it's basically going to be serialize. No. Serialize field private. I think I'm gonna do a attribute scheduler by time. No. By event. And attribute listener might not be the best name for this, because this one is basically going to be the listener. Scheduler by event listener. And then we're going to have a, I wonder if I can do this. Serialize field private action. Just call it action. And what is it? Unity engine action. Let's see. Actually, is it C sharp? It's system will do, I suppose. But actually, and this one is also going to have public void setup with attribute type, attribute instance, and it's gonna have listener dot setup reusability. That's nice. Would like to be able to reuse it even more. Public start. Pretty much just gonna do listener dot take so extremely similar here as well so far. Might change it down the road, but listener take remove listener. And then I just want to try some things here. First of all, I attribute user reference. This one is not used anymore. So I want to try and do something like, let's just put it here for now, public attribute listener. What do we have? Attribute handler. Here we have a listener. And listener. Oh well. So listener here is a scheduler. Test. So this is a Unity event. I wonder if this one would be the better option. So then we can do runtime. We can find an object in the scene. Body definition. Actually, so it would be character 01. So the question is this how I want to implement attribute listeners, so-called? So for instance, I attribute user. So this is pretty much every component in this game that depends on or alters attributes needs to implement this interface, and it's just so the attribute handler can easily get the attributes. This one is gonna have to implement attribute listener, attribute listeners get. So listeners are basically listeners are just going to start listen on an attribute if something predefined. So should also be able to define in listener like check for if value is below X or something like that. If so, then trigger an event. And I just wonder if Unity event is the best way to use this, since this is quite nice. So we could add a listener that during runtime only calls a function on this one on the body definition. I don't know, or player movement. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that. But very nice progress today. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to call it now. I've got some other work I need to take care of. But finally arrived at a pretty good, pretty nice attribute modifier implementation. Modular and nice. So I'm happy with today's progress. Tomorrow I'm gonna stream as well. Gonna continue on this attribute system. Hopefully get attribute listener or whatever it's gonna be called in place. And yeah. Thank you, diligence, you too. So I just want to say before I quit, hopefully gonna find someone to raid as well, but thank you so much for watching, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.
Come on.